They can try to stop me. They can try!
Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Vineet, hello Blend, hello Nicholas, hello Danny. Welcome back! Let's play some Dota! What is this command? Wait, I turned off my sound effects bot. Let's try that again, 10 seconds. Hello, Vibeav. There you go. It's play, it's play. You saw me rank up today? Ooh. Oh, I just realized Nightbot conflicts. Alright, Nightbot. Alright, I just made it so that Nightbot doesn't conflict with Bluebot. Thanks for checking, Vineet. Now where's my sound effect? Although there might be a cooldown to it. Let's have a look. There shouldn't be a cooldown. I don't care that much. Worked for me. I think the bot's just racist. Am I playing a normal match? Yes. Why not ranked? Do you always play ranked the moment you wake up? This fucking... Okay, there we go. Biggest rank played against? Rank 1, rank 2. Miracle. Arteezy. Time to take a nap. Okay, bud. Have a nice rest. Hello, Vincent, and welcome back. Has a WoW Classic made me shit at? can't even read the full name because it's too fucking long. Thanks, football. Vincent, I just woke up, man. You do not simply just play Dota 2 when you just woke up in a ranked game. That is way too late, moist no poop. Have a good night, Regia. MSP. You know, in Canada, that means medical service plan. Yeah, warm up. You know what? Speaking of warming up, this room's too damn cold. Brr, too cold. Hey Danny, you know what else is too small? Do you have shit internet or something, man? Jesus. Hi, Roger. Oh yeah, well join the Discord group, Danny. Hello, Hadi. Core game for donation. You know, my commence is at some point gonna override my MMR. You only just realized that now, Vincent? Seriously? You know his pick rate's going down since they nerfed him, right? Damn, you're hella late to this bandwagon. The win rate's still pretty decent, I guess. So look, his pick rate was 33% at the end of December. I won't let that happen. I'll try my best. Perfect game for Vineet pick. Okay, Vineet, what do you want, buddy? Thanks for the reminder. Anyways, I play Shadow Shaman against I played Shadow Shaman against Night Stalker. I mean, one is Rab. You get Etherlands. I mean, then he has to buy BKB. No, Night Stalker.
Prepare for battle.
Pretty fucking easy, you know. He fucking tries to. Oh, ooh, scary. Ooh, scary. Oh, wait. I need to get Ether Lens. Ooh, so scary. So scary. So scary. Oh, not scary anymore. It's even better when you get some of these talents. Ooh, so scary. So scary. Ah!
For our fathers gone beyond the hills.
Alright, we're gonna have to make this bigger. Alright, where are we? Where are we? You're a spirit? Sure, bud. A viewer or two? Alright. Can I play Shadowfiend? I could. Hello, Sylvia. Watch TV box sets. If you do, what was the last one you watched? TV box sets? I don't know, man. Don't watch that. You have great news. Let's hear it. Morning, Gabby. Get coffee. I'm actually too lazy to get coffee today. What does Night Stalker say every time it's night? That song. And welcome back, Arno. Play Chaos Knight. I can do that for a donation. Oh yeah, didn't you guys have a no confidence vote? Fuck the Romanian government. You heard it here? Thanks, Moist, No Poop, Lulu, and Blue for the game. Why are we thanking Lulu? What did she do? Yeah, when I was in Romania, your government seemed laughable, guys. And don't get me wrong, every country has a pretty laughable government. Just some more than others. No core MMR. Do you support as meta now? Yes, it is. Shadowfiend for donation. Moist Snail Poop said because of Lulu's love, I got the hero request. Oh, fuck it. No, there you go. Thanks, Lulu. What is the fuck is this guy talking about? You see how everyone else is speaking English? English, thanks. Uh-oh, here it comes. Lulu, please don't send me any Romanian memes. You know what this girl does, Silvio? She will often send me Romanian memes and be like, something Romanian, and I'm like, the fuck? Today, no rank. Hey, Cal Pang. I just woke up, man. I just woke up. Oh, God. Snip. Snip. Okay. Alright. I have to do Earth Spirit for Vinit, and then, almost. Yeah, I don't think I can play it in range because I play support, right? But we can do that another day.
Ooh, you get to ban someone.
Alright, who counters Earth Spirit?
Fine. 5 seconds left.
I actually really fucking hate silencer.
Your
Yo,
pick now.
lagger.
Meepo. What? Huh?
Done. Earth Spirit. Any new sets? Oh, dude. 4, please. This is the Rubik's Spammer, right? Dude, I totally forgot about this
Okay, your
this
pick
taunt.
now.
I think they came with
You
the
know
last
what to
Battle Pass.
do. Remember, the goal
Yeah,
is to
all I
have
ever see
fun.
this guy play is unranked. Every morning in my unranked games, I see this guy. Oh, this is the Quap from yesterday. You guys remember him? The Quap? Buddy, I remember you. This gonna be fun. Unfortunately, he's not on our team, so. Did I lose with him? Oh yeah. The Quap and the Rookie. That's right. Hi, Ramadan. Really support? Yes, support. I don't know what's so surprising about that, Roshan. Yeah, that guy's
This
hilarious.
is where you win or lose. Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Alright, where can we get first blood? I like support hero more than carry hero? Well, buddy. You're watching the right fucking stream. Support. Carry. Sport. Voila. You're in the right place, my friend. I'm gonna calibrate my core MMR someday. They have a really deadly level 1 lineup. This guy's useless, this guy's okay, this guy's okay, this guy's okay, this guy's okay. Deadly. Fuck Vinit. Yeah, speaking of Hobbit music, I don't know if I can do music for you anymore, Snail Poop.
Earth Spirit. Exactly so.
And that's because...
Prepare for battle.
Ordered advance.
Actually, you know, I'm gonna go bottom. I have a theory on using copyrighted material. It actually lowers your rankings, and you get promoted less by YouTube. So, although I make up for some of the ad revenue through your donations,
Attack.
yeah, I just get less viewers.
Your will is weak. Never in the long history of the earth.
I feel like this is another 60-minute game.
More in the bag than this one. By way of
Hello, Andrit. Hello, Hanif. Oh, yeah.
Stop killing before that. We're not sticking.
Dude, this taunt is long as fuck, too.
there. It's not time yet. My spirit moves. as must be.
That's a long taunt.
Oh, that's a good spot.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall.
Perfect position.
Okay, yeah, you're just gonna walk by that, bud?
Covering ground. Oh, that's a good spot.
So yeah, the viewer count is going up, Snail Poop, but the long-term promotion in YouTube's algorithms is lower, I think.
Yes.
No way.
We're all cousins on this blessed day.
Yes. I set my stones.
Denied.
Resign your lands.
You can just farm, you can farm, it's okay.
Wait, an even better spot. All paths are one. I'm going.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
Wait, an even
I don't
better
even remember putting down a stone.
I should stand there. I should stand right there. Oh, that's a good spot. Yes.
It didn't go into the fucking into the tower? Jesus.
Wait. Covering ground.
Care.
Oh, that's a good spot. A perfect position. Oh, that's a good spot. Exactly so. I set my stones. My stones alight. Attack.
This guy's just straight up going back to. Oh no.
Oh, that's a good spot.
Guys, I have a big problem. I have to.
What?
That spot there.
It'll take like 2 minutes because it's coming. So, is it okay if I disconnect and you guys pause for me?
Okay.
Back
Indeed. My spirit moves.
What did he say he was gonna do? Is he gonna take a shit? Did I pause for him? He could pause for himself. What's an important item in this game? Mules is pretty important. Earth Spirit best hero. The enemy are waiting very patiently. This is surprising. no Sven Immortal. What a chump. I'll be back in like 1 minute. Less than 1 minute.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Whose draft is better, you guys think? Oh, shit.
2, 1, let's go!
Pause it, pause it! He's not my friend, pal. Free draft better. He's not my lover, buddy. I'm solo queued. God. 2 minutes, my fucking asshole.
Okay, where were we?
That spot there. I'm going. Precisely.
Okay,
I'm going. Set on stone.
I'm dead. My best bet is to kill myself using these neutrals. Does he have boots? Oh fuck yeah, he does. Dude, I actually meant to kick him, but I misclicked. Just because you can use sound effects doesn't mean you should. Let's race to that regenerate. Tinker's gonna win.
Over there.
Hi, Raj.
My spirit returns to the material.
Motherfucker.
Ordered advance.
Oh, this guy's back now.
Thanks, guys.
No.
I should set right there. Here we go. As must be.
Oh shit! Guy's dead.
Wait, an even better spot.
Nope.
Wait, an even better spot.
Silvio has 11,000 blue coins. What?
Oh, that's a good
How?
My way and way. That spot there. Covering ground. Feet of clay. My spirit
What?
moves. As must be. That
Your
spot
middle
there.
tower's under attack.
Exactly so.
Kill those insects.
The enemy's attacking your middle tower.
An even
Don't let him
better
do that!
spot. I
Bum, 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 bum.
I should stand right there.
Ooh, mana boots. Yeah, I guess we get earned.
All paths up. Precisely.
Oh, jebaited.
Set in stone. Ordered advance
Oh shit.
to ultimate.
Two YOLO, two YOLO, two YOLO.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Body is flesh, but spirit's immortal. My stones alight.
Well, all the action stopped, so let's go back there.
Wait, an even better spot.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm going this way. That's a good spot.
Oh boy. Ah,
Position.
I don't have any stones.
Oh, that's a good spot.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Over there.
Rally the troops and get over there.
Engage me.
Running over.
Yield. That spot there.
You distill
Killing spree.
Nice. Oh, I was gonna put the word there, dude. Actually.
All paths are one.
Bat TP top again. You did.
I should stand there.
What the fuck? I bought two of these? Stupid ass bug.
Precisely.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be
set my
pretty
stone.
mad at you.
Oh, that's a good spot.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Tinker TP top.
My self-knowledge deepens. Wait, an even better spot.
You wanna fucking dive me over here, bitch? Hi, BJ.
Turn of shadows.
Regeneration! Radiant structures are fortified. Are you even watching your top tower?
Can't TP without him realizing it.
I'm going.
Well,
A perfect position. Exactly so.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. Dire's structures are fortified.
I should stand right there.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that's a good spot.
You better
Sven, we're
walk
coming.
on over to your bottom tower.
stun him, Sven.
My
Stun him.
stones alight. Here. Concede. Wait. Another spot. Resign.
Good job.
My way and way. Covering ground.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
That spot there.
Double damage.
Wait. An even better spot.
I don't know how to explain it to this guy, guys. He doesn't get it.
My way and way.
Kick, pull, roll.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Here we go. Over there.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Tinker's coming. Oh,
Your bottom
backsman.
tower's gone.
Better spot.
Yeah, which of us?
That spot there. Perfect. As must be.
Oh shit!
Double kill. Dire structures are fortified.
Dude, he's an armlet though.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Harsh rebuke.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Good spot.
Fuck, Tinker's just sitting right there.
Yes. I set my stones. Precisely. All paths are one.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
No, he has too much HP now. I can't do shit.
Oh, that's a good spot. Exactly so. My stones alight.
Been trying to figure out this formula for ages.
Can we kill?
Covering ground.
Never mind. Uh-oh, this is really bad.
Killing spree.
You should run perfect location. Yes. My spirit rock my grave. Ordered advance. I should stand right there.
Yeah.
I should stand there. I'm going.
Found it.
Unburdened. Oh, that's a good spot.
Oh shit.
Yes.
No.
Dominate.
Why did I even bother using my wand? I was hit by AA's ultimate. It's in trouble. Hi, Alex.
The end of the path is the beginning. Ordered advance.
Can we fight? We have 4 here.
Yes.
Nice.
Your flesh is soft, your spirit weak. A perfect
Your middle
position.
tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
I'm going. My talents increase. All paths are one. Concede. Attack.
Oh fuck, misclick.
I should stand right there.
It's a lot of TP's mid.
I should stand there. My way and way. I'm going. Set in stone. No, that's a good
Where the fuck is he?
Caught you.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Actually.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 Your top tower needs some help. Up a barricade.
Where it began.
Hey, welcome back.
Spot there.
Alright, I'm here.
My spirit moved.
Kick. Pull. Oh fuck, we're all dead, aren't we?
Killing spree. The enemy bottom tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Go, 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 go!
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Saying rich.
Your top tower is under attack. What, not your job or something? Top tower is under attack.
Yo, that Bat Rider's turn rate is fucking me. He's dead.
Wait, an even better spot. Exactly so.
Oh, you little shit.
That spot not yet.
Hello, Boomerang. So, Book Addict, you're not new here? Then who are you before?
Precisely. Oh, that's a good spot. Yes. Oh, that's a good spot. I should stand there. Precisely. Nice. Nice.
Got him.
All paths are one. Covering ground. Oh, that's a good spot. I'm not ready.
You guys push on bot, I'll push on.
Yes. I should step set slow. This way. Position. Rising someday.
Fuck, I'm too deep. Oops, 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 oops. Thought my teammates can reach more quick. He bought a Midas?
Enemy's middle
They're still chasing. Oh, Alchemist is going in.
Many revolutions. As must be.
Oh, buddy.
My spirit.
Get the fuck out of here. He's still here.
Radiant called in the fortification.
My
What?
way and way. Lesser. Knowledge is golden. That spot there. I'm not ready.
I don't have any more stones, dude.
Ordered advance.
And I'm stuck in these trees.
Attack.
Stick with Dota? I am sticking with Dota. I'm just making Dota sounds like ah. Hi, Quick Fingo.
Prize. Over there. Visibility. That's
I need more stones. Stones.
I'm going.
Ooh, looks dangerous down there. Looks really dangerous.
Oh yeah.
I'm going. My spirit.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have gone into the bots,
An even better spot.
yeah, I'm going in.
25 minute runes. 25 minute runes. Try to get top ones. Care bottom.
That should help.
They're really good at
I should
war
stand
house.
right there.
need to put in like soup.
Yes, 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 I agree.
I'm going. Oh, that's a good
Kill
spot.
this guy.
Over there. Wait, an even better spot. Yes,
Pretty low on HP. Think I might use the shrine.
a perfect position. Oh, that's a good spot. Perfect location. That spot there. Exactly so. That spot there.
Lotus. We want a lotus.
My
Oh, I see some shit going down.
Ordered advance.
Actually, I want to earn this one first.
All paths are one. Precisely. I set my stones.
Wait, who's like the #1 Invoker player in the world in terms of game count?
I should stand
I don't know.
Oh, that's a good spot.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Shit.
The flesh is weak.
Good thing they blew a lot of their shit on me. We need better vision is what we need. This Rubik's lazy with buying sentries. He even bought Midas.
Out of death comes
Alright, back up.
birth. That spot there. My way and way.
Let's make this
As must
Battle
be.
Fury.
Covering ground. Oh, that's a good spot. Over there.
Our vision just doesn't
I
seem
should
good.
stand right there. Oh, that's a good spot. I should stand
Lean
there.
towards or something.
Oh, that's a good spot. Exactly so. My stones alight. Wait, an even better spot.
I'm gonna die in a sec. I think.
Precisely.
Or Naga's gonna die.
Ordered advance.
Oh. Ah! We're coming, Rubik.
I'm going.
Oh shit, Tiny's there too. Rubik's gone.
All paths are one. I'm going.
Oh shit.
I set my stones. What have we here? Wait, an even better spot. Yes. Yes. Suck it. Yield. That spot there.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
A perfect position.
Bat Rider's got a fucking gem.
Covering ground. That spot there. Perfect location. Caught you. All paths are one.
Oh shit.
Ordered advance. Perfect location. Yes.
I thought I pressed TP earlier, dude. I was supposed to TP as I rolled, but
Wait,
apparently I
even better
didn't
spot.
double press TP scroll quickly enough.
Over there. Oh, that's a good spot.
No item? What's that supposed to mean?
A perfect position.
You wanna fight me, bro?
Wait, an even better spot.
Okay.
I should stand
Ah!
Double kill.
Maybe he means something else than Raj.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
But his question was worded pretty stupidly. Yeah, they were about to jump the Alchemist with the Bat Rider, but they had to jump me instead.
Radiant structures are fortified.
African. Well, African.
who's back. Set in. I'm going. Yes.
But you're not pro at answering questions.
Precisely.
Spanish style. Can we just fucking speak proper English?
As must be. Set in stone.
Killing spree.
Oh shit.
My stones alight.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right? Illusion.
I set my stone. Exactly so. Oh, that's a good spot. Oh, that's a good spot. I should stand there.
My mouse sensitivity feels like it's not high enough.
A lesson earned. Over there.
Oh man, my combo does just enough damage not to kill these.
A perfect
Well,
position.
guys, Tinker has motherfucking.
Has motherfucking what?
That's gonna really suck.
That should help.
favorite customer.
I almost had that tower too.
I should stand right there. What have we here?
I think I want a Lotus or a Blink Dagger or both.
I'm going. Exactly so.
My bad.
Oh, that's a good spot.
Ooh. Tiny and the Bat Rider are hunting me.
Better spot. Ordered advance.
Karanaga. There's like at least 3 in that area.
Yes. My stones alight. Invisibility. Oh, that's a good spot. Wait, an even better spot. Precisely. My spirit moves.
Oh, he has gem, doesn't he? Oh my god.
I set my stones.
Thank you. I gotta make sure I remember to use it.
Way. That spot there. I'm going.
Would X be good? Yeah, for sure.
Set in stone. Perfect location, as must be.
Is that the real one?
Covering ground.
Killing spree!
That's a good spot.
Nice.
Concede. Yes. It's not time yet.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good spot.
Enemy's middle tower is no more!
Set in shadow.
Jesus.
Ordered advance. My way and way.
Me? Ah.
I didn't think we could kill them. I was just trying to get you out.
I should stand there. Exactly so. All paths are one. My stones alight.
Go fuck.
Going.
Roshan has fallen to the dire!
Immortality! I should stand right there.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh, that's a good spot.
40 minute runes are almost up.
That spot there. Resign your hands. Oh, that's a good spot.
Well, I am gonna try.
Over there.
Okay, I got it.
Wait, an even better spot.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Oh, he's got a sheep stick.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He doesn't have any mana.
Dominated.
Yeah, Alchemist, how about you buy back and push?
Top tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
What flavor is this monster? It is ultraviolet.
Mega kill! Top tower is killed. Your top tower has fallen.
Return from contemplation.
Oh no!
Oh yeah!
I'm going.
I don't have fucking TP.
Don't worry, I'm coming, buddy. I'm coming.
Set in stone. Yes.
Holy shit, that's a lot of people after you.
I set my stone. It's not.
Oh fuck! My kick was on.
Flesh is weak.
Sorry, man. I tried to kick you out. Neither of them have mana.
Unstoppable!
School like the old school.
Hey, Alex, maybe you should just be honest with him.
Red backed. Oh, I was just getting started.
XD. Clade Gaming 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a rage bite. Oh no, is it? No.
Your top tower is
Snaga's carrying the shit out of us, huh?
dig in and defend that sucker.
He's 10 and 3.
Enemy's middle tower just
I need some
burned
help. I need some help. I need some help. I need some help.
Oh, I missed the song.
Precisely.
Thank you so much.
Wait, an even better spot. As must be. I should stand right there. Submit. I should stand there.
Kind of rich, huh? I used to be really poor, but now I'm rich.
My stones are
Just like when I was born in Vietnam, I was really poor. But now I'm really, also still really poor.
my spirit moves,
45-minute rounds.
covering ground.
Is it possible to buy 3 blink daggers? No, it is not.
Exactly said what have we here? Oh, that's a good spot. Set in stone. Ordered and planned. Oh, that's a good spot.
Where is she? Where is she?
shrine has fallen. No more sanctuary here.
That spot there.
Oh, that battery just get BKB.
Wait, an even better spot.
No more glimmer capes.
That spot there. Yes.
I'm hiding.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done good.
Did I kick the Tinker out even? Right there.
Great wheel turns again.
Killing
Ah, well, wrong direction.
ain't over till the last building falls.
Way.
So fight.
I set my stones.
Monster kill.
Friend, buy back. Buy back, friend.
Get this flag
Radiant
going.
structures
Bye,
are
bye.
fortified. Whoa! Double kill.
As light shall be cast.
Buy boots of travel, bro.
Good spot.
Just get boots of travel. I see you have money. Alchemist, buy back.
Enemy's top tower's fallen. I couldn't have done it better myself. Middle barracks has fallen. Enemy's middle barracks has fallen. You now have mega drinks. Enemy's middle tower the enemy's middle tower has fallen. Someone ought to scramble in there and get the shiny bits. Victory!
Have I tried eggs on ES? Thief, what do you think I have, man? Don't you see that I actually already have eggs? What did that dive do for you? I tried to get Tinker, and I think I did get him, didn't I? I don't really know what happened. I rolled in, I turned Tinker into a stone, and then I think I kicked him out. Didn't I? I did get him? Okay. Well, there you go. DK with Battle Fury. Wait, there's a Dragon Knight in this game? Wait. Wait, there's a Dragon Knight. You saw the replay 5 times? Wait a minute, only 5 times? What about 6th time? Yeah, right, man. And she's fucking with you, man. There's a lineup of guys outside her door waiting to play games with her. I was never the Tinker in fights that I grow old alone. I will never win this. I didn't kick him. Tinker blinked. Well, both can happen at the same time, right? Oh, wait a minute. This is a... Oh, ooh, ooh. So, Earth Spirit's eggs last 4 seconds, doesn't it?
For the ancestors.
I am shaped.
3 seconds. Huh. I mean, if I just wait 1 second, then I kick him, I think he still takes damage, doesn't he? And then he can't blink.
Hey, we'll hold
Do I know
it
any of
down.
these kids?
Talk about 5 seconds left.
Oh, Johnny, did you want to unban him if you wanted to continue having a conversation? Go ahead, buddy. 4 fail streak? You guys can watch the replay.
Now,
Vinny says he watched the replay 5 times.
your pick.
Also,
This is where
if you guys
win
don't know that
or lose.
Tinker actually blinks, then why do you even say it?
Ten seconds.
Hello, Scythe. Oh my god, we have no disables. Whatever. Why would someone ban Lone Druid? That is an excellent question. Lines for line for disables? Nah, I'm gonna play Luna, I think. Or should I? If we have Arc Warden, I don't know. I don't think we need to play Luna. We'll see. We need someone who can click the
goal
tombstone.
Is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
You gonna Arc?
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Okay, well then I play Lion. Yeah, if he plays Arc, then he can hit the tombstone.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Anyways, even if Sky buys Atos, it's not really good to disable, dude. It's a shitty 2-second route that you can easily get out of. Whereas when you get stunned or you get hexed, you can't use items like Force Staff or Glimmer to get your ass out, right? Atos is not a good disable. I see an angry kid looking for attention. Thanks, Matt. Hello, D7, thanks. Pepsi Blue? What the fuck is that even supposed to mean? You just say random shit?
All hell broken loose, and I hold the pieces. It's as certain as my choice of air.
Prepare for
This
battle.
one is in the bag. Yes. Oh, hell yes. I go like the devil.
I feel like I'm missing an item, but I can't tell. Oh, the courier, right?
Why not?
Thanks, Lulu.
Verily.
2 seconds is all he needs to burst on a single enemy, though, with that SS.
In case you're wondering, it's in the bag.
So what if they just buy Force Staff, dude? You see Atos projectile coming, right? You know, any smart person would be like, oh, look, here it comes. Boing. Done. There goes their combo.
I see lots of good digging spots out there.
Atos and like Force Staff like the same price.
Yes. Welcome to the secret shop. Yes. To hell and back.
This one's for all the marbles. If marbles were at all valuable.
Choose one. Choose one.
Yes.
I have another stun.
Feel my claw.
Nice job. You have mango, right?
Verily.
Nice.
Where's the fight?
Use the courier. Use the courier. Use the courier. I'll join you top soon. I'm gonna see if I can snipe Curry real quick mid.
Yes.
You know what? I'm just gonna gank sniper.
Right. To hell and back.
I think you can fight him.
Attack.
Not enough damage, I think. It's fine.
My god, there's a...
Oh shit, man. I'm so sorry.
And your hero's gonna... Like, your hero's useless at this point.
My hero's useless?
Yeah.
Why not?
Like, you just stop.
Lionize me. Oh yes. Yes. Forward. Prowling. Yes.
Undying TPing top. Um,
Yes. More power.
I'm gonna get 2 in mana drain.
Yes.
Hey, so I have 2 in mana drain. Everything.
Yes. Why not? I go like
Eat your mangoes, bitch. He's gotta eat those mangoes. You wanna fucking fight me, bitch?
onward. Verily.
This guy's still here. Fuck off. Yeah, boots, bitch. Fuck out of here.
Oh hell yes. Yes. Illusion. Oh yes.
Oh man. 3 top.
Try, demon witch.
Sounds TPing mid.
I've been to hell and back to hell.
5-minute runes, please. 5-minute runes. Runes.
Prowling.
Big spot him.
Okay.
Mine.
You know, I'm gonna go wherever.
They have a catapult down.
Yes. Onward. Why not?
Killing spree!
Might get lifted.
Oh hell yes. I go like the devil.
This lifesteal is really low, you know, we can kill him. Can we Wraith King? Oh, Undying's back. Okay, okay. Hey man, we're trying to kill Lifestealer as well, so.
I'm just jacking off, man. Just a little scary. Oh, Putka's level 6.
Oh, hell yes.
Really hard to kill.
Fresh meat. Verily. For the king.
Ah, Jesus. He has 14 charges. Oh shit, that's a lot of damage. Jesus.
Watching your top tower?
Kill, kill, kill.
My rage returns me to the living. Why not?
Sniper's pushing mid.
If your mid tower could talk,
Anyone?
it'd be pretty
Anyone from
magic.
mid?
Oh, there better be something important going on.
I'm pretty slow.
Yes.
There's a regen top Venom. You can grab it.
Oh, yes. Why not?
Regeneration.
We're almost there, boys. Almost there.
Good. I hope once you get it, you can stop fucking complaining.
Forward.
He wants to kill me, I think. He's tired of my shit.
Oh, you pull that?
Where's the fight?
Your middle tower's under attack.
Prowling.
I want the wave to pull.
Yes. Onward. Oh, hell yes.
Rubik bottom.
To hell and back. Fresh meat. Yes.
Holy.
Power pours into me.
She doesn't want to add you, man. Stop.
Verily.
Oh my god. How can it be any more obvious than that? I just don't understand.
Oh, hell yes. Oh, yes.
Bounty.
Onward. I should have chosen a queen. Death to all betrayers. Fresh meat.
Killing spree.
He's so fast.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I go like the devil. Money changes hands.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
That devil to pay. To hell and back. Yes. Verily.
Ah, shit.
Swing wide. Lie in the cold stream.
I wish I got level 2 Hex. Actually, no, I don't. No, this is fine.
I still got my pride. Prowling.
So who's the most powerful person on their team? Sniper?
Yes. Why not?
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
I can't TP for like 25.
Tower is under attack. Your top tower needs some help. Rally the troops and get over there!
Hey Arc Warden, can we kill Sniper? I have finger.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'll
Do
run.
something about it or just
Yeah, if
sit
you
there
come
and
back, I
fight?
can try to kill him. But
Your top tower needs some help.
To hell.
This is one of the things
Guys,
he's putting up a
business.
barricade.
Where's
Top
the
tower is under attack. You'll be fine, long as that top tower don't
Sniper-
fall.
Sniper's right here.
Oh wait, it's already done.
Yes.
here, Skyrath, get ready. Oh man, no, he's so deep, dude. No, I'm not sure that they have vision there.
I'm dying.
Death is only the start of your suffering. Prowling.
Your top tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Oh yes.
Dire's doing that glowing
Yeah,
thing. There.
This Pudge is really tanky though.
Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Hell. Couldn't resist.
Actually, I can just suck his mana.
Should we deward our junks? Dying versus.
Sure, bud. He didn't have any mana. Dude, this ability is so annoying.
As a new beginning.
Yes. Yes.
Radiant called in the fortification. Your middle tower's under attack. What, not your job or something? Dominate!
Never had your back. Why not? So many cells. So little.
You know, that Pudge just feels like a waste of time. $15-minute rinse. Oh. Wraith King's coming. I'm up in like 2 seconds.
Mega kill!
We can kill this Pudge. I almost have finger. Oh my god.
Double kill!
You did say that, but he's got a hood and he had his barrier up. Holy shit.
Why not?
I'm gonna come ward it.
Killing spree!
Can you take mid, Veno?
Oh, hell yes.
Please don't be here, Lifestealer. Are you sure they have vision here, you fuck?
Can you give Veno a mid ward?
Yes. Oh my god, I fucking waste my sentry.
Yes.
Well, they know we have ward there. Do people pay for game loot? Yeah.
Forward.
Wait, we have to combo this correctly.
Prowl.
Oh, I got blinked on bottom.
Monster kill!
They have vision on the triangle.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, I got blinked on by Pudge.
Okay.
Oh, hell yes.
I still think it's really easy for me to miss.
Your middle tower is under attack!
You can drop the sentries and miss.
I go like the devil.
Sure, man. All yours.
To hell
You
and
better puff on over to your bottom tower! Dire structures are fortified.
why not?
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. Dig in and defend that sucker!
Forward. Yes. Flashbang!
Yeah, give you the fucking sentry and then you don't deward? Dude, this Pudge is such a waste of time, man. I don't know why we...
Oh
but
no. Oh no! We lost!
It'd be pretty mad at you.
Motherfucker. It was so bad. I'm just joking, we didn't lose. We'll still win. As long as I keep playing this. So
this is all Wraithing has is a blade mill?
Matters into my own hands.
this isn't every game.
Verily.
When we change land, we lose?
Dire structures are fortified.
Hot take. That's a hot take, Pink. Hot take.
Die! Oh my fucking god! You're shitting me. Wow. Just wow.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Hold on.
Forward.
We're back, baby. We're back. Wow.
I don't know if this guy's like useful or he's just really distracting. So did the ward at the triangle get dewarded?
No, I've been there.
Just try me.
Venom's been occupying my space.
Die at my yes.
I am the fucking
Oh,
vacuum.
hell yes. You will pay.
bottom tower is under attack.
Let's sap this up.
Oh, yours?
Your bottom tower has fallen.
38.8 HP regen.
We're kind of farming through the lanes here. Kind of scary, guy.
I see you. Yes, done.
Double kill.
Die!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I fingered him and he's alive.
I got a couple brutes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Yeah, I don't know about this game, guys. I think we lost. What does this guy have? He doesn't have Mjolnir yet.
Your bottom tower is kind of bad. Dire structures are fortified.
Can we even last into late game? Our Wraith King's not scaling very well.
If you ask me. You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
You serious? You gonna ward like that? He faked it, dude.
Nice, nice.
Tower's under attack.
Can I have sentry here?
Top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
We have Atos, we have Atos, we have Atos.
I'm out, brothers.
We gotta fucking. He's gonna blink on me in any second now.
Big kill.
Yep, got away.
Attack!
Okay, they're in both triangles.
One day, Arc Warden will do something.
Knocking down that bottom tower.
25-minute runes, if that's even possible.
Yes. Yes.
Nice, right
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
They go high ground here, we win.
And over here we have your middle tower.
Figured out, boys.
This guy's kind of tanky, huh? No one like save him or anything. This guy, like the Skywrath was just waiting to get the kill.
Mega kill.
We're trying to get the kill. Whose late game is better? I think their late game is better.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Even with our Arc Warden, it's just not enough.
Oh my god.
Middle barracks are under attack.
Our game.
Is Skywrath doing well or something?
Your middle barracks has fallen.
I hope you realize that Manta is for Skywrath Silence. It's not about Manta dodging.
We still have a chance,
Has fallen.
according to my calculations.
Your bottom
Nope.
tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Hello, top
Did it?
tower.
Killed Pudge.
Bye, top tower.
Pudge is dead.
First starts.
Onward.
I don't like the devil.
Ball.
How does our lineup push early against theirs?
Top barracks are under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
I'm dead. Oh man, I want to AFK and go to the bathroom.
Your top barracks is
Alright, I mean, we can fight
your top
Diego bottom, I guess. Bliat, oh my bliat. Bliat, Diego Nahoy.
What language is he speaking?
I mean, it's a really hard game.
double kill.
Get over it!
The pain.
Oh, hell yes.
No. We are not pushing early against that lineup, man. Okay, let's think about what happens when we try to push early, right? So our team fight's pretty garbage. Wraithing has no farm from the very beginning. He had 22-minute phase boot blade mail. That's all he has. I mean, Venomancer can be kind of good
Vibes here, guys. I would have loved to see a more
in a team fight, but they have so much sustain. They have a pipe, they have Undying for sustain, they have Rubik's aura. So I mean, Venomancer's also not going to do shit all. Undying puts down Tombstone. Sniper casts a whole bunch of shrapnel, and what are you going to do against that Tombstone? You can't do anything. You cannot fight them early, dude.
Come forth.
You're welcome. Anyways, our only chance was to win in the mid-late game when Arc Warden hopefully snowballs. But this Pudge, we just kept trying to kill this Pudge and he just kept not dying. Hey guys, give me a minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. 1 minute. Why do I play my favorite hero again?
Whose pan is it? Oh, yours!
He was in the last game. He played the Rubik.
You only got 5 seconds. Even less now.
Oh, someone already banned Rubik.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
I play different heroes for donation.
Seconds. 5 seconds left.
Is this guy really good at Kunkka or something like that? Just first pick?
Okay, your pick now.
Oh, it's the same guy. Right.
Seconds. Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
All right, let's play some Lina.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Stupid garbage his. So Takuya, what have you been up to, buddy? Haven't seen you very often. No, people say all sorts of shit. What was a penguin came in here yesterday? He's like, bro, you play Abaddon? I never see you play Abaddon. I'm like, Abaddon. But I mean, let's see here. Sometimes I play lots of different kinds of heroes. Sometimes I don't. We can get FB top. Hey Nicholas, the answer to your question is no. Also, it's hard to get last hit against Skywrath.
Like a wildfire.
Your shaker's just fine, position fine.
Fire away.
Hey, snail poop? Most people ask that question to complain. Most.
Helter swelter.
Really? A lion again? Why? Why?
It's in the bag.
Come on, stop AFKing.
Let's hit
I
the
go like the
bag.
blazes.
Then I'm going home.
Oh, he's checking for wards. Come on, Spirit Breaker, let's go.
30 seconds to battle.
On it. Time to hotfoot it.
Dota 2 hero again? What the fuck?
Quick.
Play some League of Legends heroes.
Yes.
They also have 3. Well, I mean, we have 3 heroes too.
The blood flows.
We don't have this. They have way better level 1.
Okay.
They have Bash. They got.
Can we go in?
Oh yeah.
No bash.
Why are we going in, man?
Yes.
They have way better level 1. They got Bash. They got.
They don't have bash, dude. They don't.
I'm going.
Oh, my bad.
Light him up.
I need 4 mana for a stun.
Burn a path.
Oh, thanks.
I'm going.
First blood!
Like a wild.
Nice. It's quite the hairy lane. Skyra's got 2 mangoes left, so. We are gonna need to use the courier.
Just make sure we group and like use it all together.
Yeah. Sanky, make sure you buy your items, okay?
I got brown boots here.
Time to hot foot.
Well, my items are already on the courier, so.
Mine's there.
I go like the blazes.
I'm good. We can go on this.
Yeah, I think the Sand King has to initiate. Yeah, I stun
To
second.
battle.
Well, I could always go first, I guess.
Yep, and then I'll just charge.
Bring it in. Quick. Heat wave.
I can stun Skyrath again. Oh, what a fucking action-packed lane.
I love it.
Yeah.
Stick,
Oh,
boys.
thanks, buddy.
A trifle.
Heat wave.
They have a word over here for you?
I go like the blazes. On it.
I'm gonna have to start pulling.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, what a fucking nice,
Yes.
Stun in 5.
You're good, no worries.
I got stun.
Hey, Spearbreaker, wait a second, okay? Never mind, I'm dead.
My fires quenched.
How many kills has this been?
Is it me? Or is it getting hot in here?
This is gonna be a regen dominated lane.
Burn a path.
You don't have to follow up on that.
Quick. Yes.
Oh, you're dead. Affirmative.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Ah, find your ward.
Attack. Time to hot foot it. I'm going. I'm under attack. Burn him up. Yes.
Bounties soon, guys.
Alright. Hey, Sankey, come help us at the bounties, okay?
I'm gonna lose this really bad. Well,
Oh, shit. Never mind, Sankey. Get back.
To battle.
Got Urn.
Like a wildfire.
I think Sky or,
Heat wave.
All good. I got Urn when I go back to this.
Can you go, Skyra?
Yep.
Nice. I don't have any more mana.
Oh, bash, 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 bash.
Whatever.
To battle. On it.
Give me mana.
Oh, thanks. Can you? Never mind. You see the importance of regen in lanes like this?
I'm just gonna go base real quick.
Okay.
Like a wildfire.
Fuck. The hell?
I'm going.
Spearbreaker's almost here, so
He's like 10 seconds out.
yeah, I'm gonna.
You hit that stun right now.
Killing spree!
Burn a pass.
Nah, I have nothing else. I have nothing else. Thanks, man. We need arcane boots is what we need.
Dice,
I'm gonna get on that.
Burn a pass.
Okay.
Get a ward like back here or something.
Yes.
Double damage.
Yes.
You just initiate on her. Whenever you're
I
ready.
feel like the blazes.
Nice.
Like a wildfire.
Hey, Spearbreaker?
Burn them all.
Yeah, I don't know. I have like fiery stacks.
Help soil.
Oh, they have vision here.
It's not time yet.
Dominate!
I'm going.
I have 0 mana now.
That's alright. Just go fuck him.
Time to hunt.
You're here. I'm staying.
Mega kill! Double kill! Your bottom tower is under attack!
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Disaster. Let me just let it go. I can hit that X.
Oh, okay. I have a stun in like 6 mana.
Dominate! Double kill!
Ah.
Slimy things lived on. And
Well, I've been part of 12 kills in the last 8 minutes. Feeling pretty good.
Heat wave.
Wish I had that.
Yo, give me
challenge,
mana!
Like,
Yes.
Thanks.
6 things and whatever.
Like a wildfire.
I'm gonna come bottom. You got two bot. Need help bot. TPs. They're diving.
Okay, I am maybe coming. I'm gonna think about it.
I'm here.
Yes.
Charge is incoming. Yeah, Kunkka. Slardar's got ult.
I think you guys don't need me.
Block coming in.
What the? Okay, looks like you need me now. I'm coming.
I don't have a charge.
Hmm.
Blazes.
tower could talk, it'd be pretty
Gave
magical.
you all my items.
Thanks.
That sucker.
Heat wave.
Oh, these bounty runes. Right, right.
It's fun.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
God, man.
Your middle tower is under attack. This is what brings to the back.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out.
Burn a path. Yes.
Okay, Sand King, I see you.
Burn them up.
Nice.
Oh, that's hot. I'm going. On it.
Thank you.
Time to hot.
Oh, you don't have any manager.
Oh yeah. I go like a blaze.
There's 3 bottom. Yeah, they want to kill Gyro. You need to get back right now, I think. They're gonna run at you. They're running at.
Coming.
Okay, they're hesitating at least.
Counter it, we can counter it.
Yeah, I see you, Spear Breaker.
Arrows that low.
I go like a blaze.
Oh god.
Snuff out.
Oh, that Jakira's ice path is perfect.
Middle tower's under attack. Probably stop that.
That's a little tough.
It's funny when good friends point it out,
By destructions. Pretty good move if you ask
but
me.
not between people who don't know each other well.
It's chilly. Throw
Hi,
another
Jason.
hero on the fire.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I'm going. Quick. Yes. On it.
Oh shit.
Slash and burn.
Carrot top?
Oh yeah.
I'm taking mid.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yes.
I'm dead.
A lot of people top.
Coca, help.
What a punk. Time to hot it.
Sentry middle of the river.
Thank you.
Your bottom tower is under attack. What? Not your
No,
job?
it's no.
TP denied.
No, he was not trying to give me the kill. He was trying to take the kill.
I'm
And he
going.
should have taken the kill, but the CK has armlet, so anyone who can get the kill should.
Oh yeah.
Your bottom tower has been denied.
Much obliged.
Heat wave. On it.
Oh, I see you have your epicenter. So, Sand King, if you stun first and then immediately epicenter, I can stun afterwards. But you gotta wait for my Laguna.
I'm coming.
Yes.
Oh shit, Jakira sees me.
Just go, just go, just
Yeah,
go.
just go, just go.
Conquer's here, Conquer's here. Just go, fight, fight. Quit walking in the fire, my guy.
To put
I don't
your
have anything.
feet to the fire.
I have mana boost in a sec for you guys.
Bring in the heat.
Your middle tower is under killing spree.
Mana.
Open fire.
Oh shit, I missed you.
Burn a path.
Those banner runes are up, by the way.
Like a wildfire.
I'm gonna get bottom.
Oh, bounty!
Yes.
I think Sin King's not maxing Sandstorm because the Invis Pierce on the
I feel like
probably.
it blazes. Yes. Time to hot it.
I think he knows that there's a ward there, but he's not quite sure.
Heat wave.
Can you give me some mana, Sand King?
Burn a path.
Can you give me some mana, bro?
Enemy's top tower has
Fucking hell!
Oh yeah. I'm going. All fired up.
No, weird fight. Go mid, go mid, go mid.
Like a wildfire.
your mid tower could walk.
I'm dead.
Yeah, bad fight. Let's get out. One Ranger's over here.
They're trying to knock down your middle double kill. Radiant called in the fortification.
His skill build's fine.
Tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Wind Ranger's bottom now. She just TP'd.
To battle.
Am I lagging? What the? Thanks, Proton. Whoopsie. We waiting on anything else?
Legal tinder. Attack. Yes.
Yeah, there's many heroes in this game, you know.
Like a wildfire.
Yo,
Invisibility top.
just relax. His build is fine. All we had to do was just not linger here when they're all there. That's why I said we shouldn't be here. And we lingered and we got punished.
Oh fuck! The ward saw me!
Time to hot foot.
Goodbye, ward. Okay.
Light 'em up. Hot enough for you? On it.
Heat, your bottom tower is under attack.
Fire shields. I'm going.
She's top.
Burn a path. Yes. Heat wave.
They dropped the sentry. Did I not see it?
They smoke, they smoke!
On it.
They smoked.
Burn a path.
Wait, Gyro's building Shadowblade?
Quick.
Yo, don't die, okay? Oh my god. They smoked.
Yes.
Radiant's courier is dead. I wonder what idiot.
Oh yeah.
Wonder what idiot got it killed. Indeed.
I'm going.
They're all up here. Okay.
Yes, they are.
Like a wildfire.
I'm fucking dead, dude.
Killing spree. Dominate.
Should just TP out.
So, Sandstorm counters CK? How does that work? Couldn't CK just walk out of it? Blue spam, buy blade mail, bro. Buy blade mail. Couldn't they just stop attacking you? They're TPing bottom.
Time to hotfoot it. Temperature rising.
Are you even watching your top
Are
tower?
we letting top fall? What's happening?
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's almost got a BKB.
Slaughter's running at me.
Burn a path.
Rally the troops and get over there!
Yes.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh man, you gotta be. No, they have BKBs.
They literally just came on.
Yeah, they. Yeah.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
A lot of power has fallen.
Fuck out, dude.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing.
Like, I don't know about this gyro, dude.
The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that! And over here, we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Your top
Yeah,
tower needs
what?
some help.
Yeah, Shadowblade. Maybe I should have bought a Force Staff.
You'll be fine. Long as that top tower
No, it's
don't
too late for me to buy a
fall.
Force Staff.
No slide our top. Can we go?
Heat wave. Oh, the heat.
Hey, welcome back.
Quick.
They have some vision in here somewhere.
Okay.
See me charging and blinked.
Are you sure that's not just a coincidence?
Yes.
It looks pretty reactionary, but I don't know, maybe not.
Oh yeah.
I can buy the sentries if you.
Nah, I got a bunch on the courier.
Time to hot
Oh, wait a minute. Ah, found the ward.
fire insurance. I'm going.
The wild switch should blink there as well. Say that.
On it.
You think Gyro's trolling? 7 match MVPs, 1200 commends.
Farm up top wherever we are. If you can.
How about just not a shit build?
Like a wildfire.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Burn a path. Attack.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It felt like we were winning, and now it just doesn't feel like it.
Alright, he's letting this shit.
Did I lose all my games yesterday? What? What makes you think that I would lose all my games?
Like a wildfire. Bringing the heat. To battle.
Yeah, I don't know about that build.
I'm going. Oh yeah.
that the real? No, that's gonna be fakes, right? Yeah. Illusions, just illusions.
I go like the blazes.
These 25 mid runes are almost up. Oh boy. I can TP over there. Me and Sand King are smoked.
Heat wave.
Kunkka doesn't want to do it. Okay.
On it. Quick. I'm going.
Roshan has fallen to the
No.
tire.
I go like the blazes.
God, why Shadowblade, man? Like, why? Just why? Especially since they have Slaughter.
Legal tinder. Time to hot.
And it's not even like Gyro's a great initiator, you know?
Open fire.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm fantastic.
Your top tower is under attack. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Hey, watch for any reactions bottom. Kunkka's trying to get a reaction bottom. They're going on Spearbreaker. Oh boy.
Top tower needs
I'm almost up.
radiant structures are fortified.
Slaughter's the one with the Aegis. Oh god, the shit build here. The shit build, dude.
It ain't over till the last goal. So fight. Your top tower has fallen. Killing spree. Killing spree. Dominate. Double kill. Double kill.
You fucking shit. Thanks.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
Not.
Yeah, that was okay. That was okay.
Like a wildfire.
Or I can get Force Staff to save somebody. You disgust me, sir.
On it. All fired up. Time to hotfoot it. Quick. Illusion.
My bald illusions. Can we make a play with these illusions? I wonder.
On it. Yes. Burn 'em up. To battle.
Oh, buddy.
Like a wildfire.
Oh man, I saved his ass. Those are Manta illusions. Kunkka's just used BKB. Oh, you fucking little cunt. Yeah, that's what you get.
Heat wave.
He has a lot of HP, Kunkka. I don't know.
Go like the blazes.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Oh boy. God, dude, why?
I'm going.
I told him no, right? I said no. No. No.
Yes.
Invisibility.
Cast range is high enough?
Like a wildfire.
I'll take your tribute.
Heat wave. Money to burn.
Oh wait, I don't know. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna get eggs.
Oh yeah. Time to hotfoot it. Burn a path.
Yeah, Gyro's so funny. For Dire.
Quick.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Oh god. Oh god. Sell tangos? Dude, I got these tangos from my grandfather.
Top shrine.
I am never
Heat wave.
selling these. Yeah, I was debating Force Staff to save you guys or eggs to not save you
Burn a
guys.
path.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
My flame burns brighter. I go like
Dire
the
structures
blazes.
are fortified.
To battle.
Coco, you don't want this farm? Ghost Scepter.
Quick.
I don't plan on surviving.
Yes.
Ori wa mou shinderu.
I'm going.
I'm already dead. Hey. What the fuck's this guy? Oh please.
お前はもう死ん
This is the gyro combo right there.
On it.
See that's what he built. His entire build revolves around that. Surprise, motherfucker! Oh shit.
Like a wildfire.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
I'm going. Time to hot.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Yes.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Burn a path.
Your bottom shrine has fallen. This is why we can't have nice things.
Temperature rising. On it. To battle.
Wind Ranger TP top shrine.
Quick.
I'm scared, mommy.
Look, I know I'm getting paid for this,
I
but
go like the
give me
blazes.
something to do.
I had a job like that where I got paid to do nothing.
Yes.
It's terrible.
Yes.
Ah, God.
Like a wildfire. Burn a path. I go like the blazes.
Hey, someone's buying AC or the
Yes.
Spirit Breaker.
On it.
These 35-minute runes are almost up.
Time to hot-foot it.
Yeah.
I gotta make pipe actually.
Okay. Can we get the bottom bounty runes? Maybe. Run away. Get away, Spirit Breaker. He has a sheep stick?
Oh yeah. Quick.
This guy is all by himself right now.
Okay. Is that even real? Those are illusions, aren't they?
To battle.
Now it's obvious that's an illusion. Before it was just.
Okay.
Quick. Helter Swelter. Like a wildfire.
This is their catapult wave. We need the catapult to die if possible.
Heat wave.
Oh, there's Gyro's ult.
Wind Ranger bottom.
You fucking cunt!
Power's under attack. Radiant statues are fortified.
Not time yet.
Ah! What a stupid fucking build.
Oh yeah.
Top barracks is falling.
Can we do more?
I'm going. Attack. I go like the blazes. To battle. Time to hot-foot it.
You fucking kidding me?
Killing spree.
When you have Blinken's stun.
You need help, Eddie?
Killing spree.
Here is Gyro. He's so bad! Oh my god. How can you win with a player like him? Oh my god. Why? Like some builds I've seen, they're like, okay, that's not a very good build, you know, like, you know, that's, you're like, okay, maybe it could work in some circumstances. Okay, you know, maybe like that he can do it. But this build is just like, what the fuck are you thinking? I just don't understand.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Slaughter is the one with cheese. CK is the one of Aegis. Yeah, no, I think this guy might actually be an account buyer. No, no one's gonna help you, dude. Nah, I don't want to fight that.
Fight high ground with both of us.
The young firebrand awakens. Burn a path. Fire insurance. I'm going.
I really hope there's no ward here. I doubt there's a ward right there.
Quick.
Oh, Kunkka, you just TP back, bro. Oh shit, what am I doing? You got Jakiro. Dude, I was running to. I think I accidentally clicked on Kunkka and I was running towards him. And then I was down the hill. Jaro, buy back, you fucking retard! Buy back! Oh, Jaro, you have buyback, dude.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I'm actually like this Jaro. He was not toxic, I think, but you know what? He is so fucking bad that I'm gonna add him to my avoid player list. I've never seen such a bad player in my bracket in my life.
Your middle barracks has fallen. If you wanted your middle barracks to not fall, you're doing it wrong.
Dude, he's a... I don't normally say this, but he's like the worst player I've ever seen in this bracket.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. They'll do something if you know what's going on. Bad news about your bottom barracks.
How's that range on that shit?
Heat wave. I'm not ready.
Redress shall be won.
To battle.
What the? Oh my god! The tort missed! The tort missed! Look, he's got buyback again. Look at the buy. Look at the buyback right there. He's got buyback. That golden frame around his respawn timer means he has buyback.
Your bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy now have mega creeps. Your middle tower is under attack.
You know, I'm gonna research this guy. We're gonna research him right now. 8, 9, 4, 5, 3, 1, 5, 7, 5.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Maybe fortify the
I just don't understand how such a bad player can be in this bracket.
Your middle tower's under attack. Monster kill! Got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your region is under attack. Dire have done it. They've done it.
Level 38 account smurfed and sold. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Vinny. Forgot about that. Yeah. I just don't understand how a player can be this bad. Oh, I got commends. Who did I get commends from? I mean, we don't really know. I think I got 2 commends just now. Whatever. I can commend these two. We worked well together in the laning phase. How did this guy? He has Dota buff plus? Why? Like 500 games on your account? Maybe he only knows how to play Nature's Prophet, and that's the only thing he knows how to play. And then he tried to play Jaro today, and then that was it. Oh yeah, avoid player. Whew, forgot about that. Oh god, please no. Oh, you guys can't see it. Oh, please no. Yeah, I don't play new heroes in ranked. I always play heroes that I know. Like Thorian and Shaman. Divine One Gyro. Oh, dude, that Jakiro, like some of his ice pass were so good. And you can see he's ranked 500. Yeah, that's right, the Raj. I don't care. I'm just giving them a little shit. I have this guy pre-muted. Yeah, we're pretty much losing the entire game. They outdrafted us. I mean, we almost came back at like these 2 points here. But it was mostly a beatdown. We're ahead net worth. Like look at this net worth drop. Just like this tiny little drop, but yet the win rate percentage is so big. Hey Quackfingo, it's fine, man. It's fine. Have a good night, buddy. It's just those kind of jokes, you know, Quackfingo? I hear them too often. Lol, CS lol, miss hook, miss arrow, blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, yeah. Very creative, you know? Yeah, I don't understand that guy's build. Hi Ricky, I'm good, how are you? We've got a game. Welcome back, Vincent. Yo, JT. Ooh, lots of high-ranked players.
Band their best here.
No ancients. I like this a lot.
Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left. Okay.
Thanks, Kimon. Yo, Sumber. Line's been banned. Okay, man.
Seconds. 5 seconds left.
Practicing Lina again. Thanks, Vinit.
What? Huh?
Holy fuck, didn't we have this conversation with this guy yesterday? Lich? Nah. I only play good heroes. Actually, how's Lich's win rate? Anyways, let's have a look. See here. Lich. Tell me if you guys see Lich, okay? I might just miss him. I've yet to see Lich. Did I miss him? Ah, 49.2. Ooh, a meeple player! I hope so. Give him the last pick. Come on, Mr. Divine Champion, give him the last pick! Oh, it's you again, Blue. Hey, do we know this guy? Who is Hashira? Was he in the last game? Meepo! Give me the meepo! Give me the meepo!
Okay, your pick now. Do it! You know what to do.
Do it! Yes! Carry me, bro. I need a win today. Please. Please. I've lost twice. Come on. Oh, shit!
Just do it!
Vinit, can I get a rumble, please? Give me a rumble, baby. First blood top Mirana.
Just do it!
Let's get ready to rumble!
You know what would be the dumbest skill build of all time? On Lina? Damn, that's so many games. Oh my god. I know, right, Vincent?
Fire.
You know what would be the dumbest skill build of all time? Here, let me show you guys. The dumbest skill build of all time would be if Alina went Fiery Soul first. Because you have to cast a spell for it to work, you know. You know who I think would get that skill build?
I'm going.
The Gyro would do it.
To battle.
What the fuck is this guy going on about?
On it.
I almost wanted to click that.
Time to hot foot.
Just for the lulz.
30 seconds to showtime!
Vision.
Like a wildfire.
Vision.
I can click whoever gets slept.
Burn them all.
Oh, he doesn't even have it.
Oh yeah.
Stun. Don't miss.
Okay.
Bunch.
The blazes.
The battle's starting!
Bunchies.
You got a job to do!
Oh.
One little spark.
Too far.
Know it. The whole world.
Too far.
Oh my god.
Why did you come with me, Lina?
I did come with you. You're too far. You're so close to stun.
No, you weren't.
No, I wasn't.
You had to come with me.
No, you come with me.
Come on, let's get in.
Okay. All right, Spirit Breaker, come here.
Try again. Stop blame now, okay?
Blame.
Just make the game bullshit.
Look, see, I did it.
Yeah.
First blood.
Easy.
This one's gonna be a scorcher.
The problem.
Oh yeah. I go like the blazes.
Denied!
Over Tiny.
Like a wild.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
Don't worry, I got it.
Got a light.
Oh.
Support Lina.
Three, two, one, let's go!
Yes.
I like this 1v1 versus Mars.
Burn a path.
The tower see me?
Time to hot foot it.
Whatever.
Heat wave. Like a wildfire.
Stunning, isn't it?
On it.
Oh, I think Miranda just saw me. Okay. The jig's up.
Yes. Quick.
Pulling.
Sure, no problem.
Yes.
Come over here. What are you fucking doing, creeps?
Yes.
We need kill. Oh, Mirana.
Rana is at top. Okay, okay.
Ha 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 ha.
Wanna go?
Okay. Okay.
To battle.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
No lip, what the fuck?
No leap. Leap?
Oh, now he got lip.
Yes. Oh yeah. On it.
Pull
Like a
this.
wildfire.
Go, go, go.
Oh!
To battle.
Yeah. My bad.
Yes. Quick. I'm going. Heat wave.
Five-minute runes. Get ready for 5-minute runes, please.
Time to
Mirana's missing. 5-minute runes, please.
Bunch.
Yes.
I'll take that.
Gold for me. My patience
Oh
is
yeah.
This guy might just be dead. And I cancel my TP.
Yes.
Mirana TP bot. Go top.
Nope.
On it. Burn a path.
Slark, get ready.
Okay, yeah, I know.
Wildfire. Quick.
Yeah, I know. And he's all the way up here.
I'm going.
Yeah, I know. I got this.
I go like the blazes.
Why the fuck are we ever gonna kill this guy?
Heat wave.
No Mirana, no Mirana.
I cannot TP.
To battle. Time to hot foot it. Getting warmer. Time to hot foot it.
Hey, can you bot come to kill him?
On it.
Pain is missing.
Yes.
You fucking little.
Like a fallen rock.
I go like the blazes.
What the fuck?
Killing spree!
Fade away.
I don't even know what to say.
Here I am. Heat wave. Your actions are without merit. I'm going. Oh yeah. Like a wildfire. Burn 'em up. Open fire.
Alright.
Bot, we are killing.
Time to hot foot it. Burn a path.
Oh,
Dominate!
bullshit.
Wait, this is dewarded too? You fuckers have vision everywhere, huh? Wow. Oh, yeah, this is from earlier when it. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Quick.
Wow, man, that's two unsuccessful observer wards.
He went top. He went top.
Top, 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 top.
Visibility.
Help misunderstanding.
Oops.
Like a wildfire. I'm under attack. I go like the blazes. Oh yeah. Yes. Around. You're outside. To battle. To battle.
10-minute runes. 10-minute runes.
Got it.
I'm going.
Oh.
Yes.
Killing spree! Double kill! I'll take that!
Nice burn.
Fate tonight.
On it.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower! What, not your
No,
job or
he's not even being
something?
sarcastic about that.
Fuel for my fire. Time to hot foot it.
Close to nothing but space. What does that mean?
Yes. Burn a path.
Bullshit.
Oh, I need to buy one of these tomes.
Oh yeah. Like a wildfire. So near. Quick.
Ah, I didn't mean to hurt you. Much.
The fuck? Oh yeah, I only have level 2 Dragon Slave.
Your bottom tower
Can't get in. Miranda died trying to jump out.
spree! Triple kill!
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, you fought. It's my turn, you shit.
Rally the troops and get over there! Radiant called in the
My teammates need.
fortification.
Oh shit. I hope Tiny doesn't have Blink.
Attack!
I'm going.
Dire structures are fortified. You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
To battle. On it.
Hey, your bottom tower just got denied. Send him home with
Like the
nothing.
blazes. Like a wildfire. Time to hot foot it. Oh yeah. Helter Swelter. Yes.
Oh. What? This got dewarded? This one here?
Look, the enemy's attacking.
I'm
your
getting
tower.
stream sniped, man. I swear to God.
Dire Dire's structures are fortified. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Temperature rising. Heat wave.
Okay, fuck you. Okay.
Okay. Okay. You fucking! Oh my dragon slave.
It's okay, they don't have TP.
They don't have TP. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Double kill.
Holy shit.
You even watching your top tower?
You have Chrono? Okay, might actually have Chrono. Select might get Chrono.
Burn a path. Yes. Interesting.
Ibarra did it.
Yes, yes, you did.
Yes.
15-minute runes. 15-minute runes.
Oh yeah.
Are you sure about that?
On it.
15-minute runes. 15-minute runes.
On it. I go like the blazes.
I'll take that.
Money to burn.
I'm dead. Well, at least it's just the position 5 lean. No.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Never mind.
What the fuck?
Oh shit. Oh, that combo.
Okay, no chrono.
Tower's under attack.
Yeah, let's go.
This is one of the
Go, go, go.
Fire in the hole.
Baiting.
Burn a path.
My lead.
your mid tower can talk.
Nice.
Nice, nice, nice.
Heat wave.
Power.
Your middle tower has best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Quick.
Oh, Marcy's here.
Time to hot foot it. I'm going. Yes. Yes.
Where's that Bane? He had 2 wards on
Like
him.
a wildfire. To battle.
Fuck.
Like a wildfire.
Wards.
Yes. Quick. Oh yeah.
Well, they haven't found this word so far yet, guess. Yet. Yep. We need some deep rear vision.
I go like the blazes.
Wait, I didn't put that word there, did I?
Yes.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Right. He's just trying to get a reaction, by the way.
To battle.
My patience is rewarded.
I'm going. Burn a path. hot-foot it. To battle. On it. Like a wildfire.
Dominate!
My fever breaks.
Illusion!
Yeah, I don't think they're stream sniping either. Like, when I lost this ward earlier, it was actually my own fault because I put the sentry here to block his camp. So then he put a sentry to deward my sentry, and then I just put a ward there, and that sentry hadn't expired yet.
I'm not resting.
Seems typical. Oh man, I feel like I've died like 10 times, but actually it's only been 4. Sword's still there.
Heat wave. Time to hot-foot it. Behold! Burn a path. Yes. Oh yeah.
He wants to do Roshan. 20-minute range, what's up?
20-minute run.
Yes. Quick.
Oh my fucking god!
Time to hot-foot it.
Gold for me.
Big prize. Oh, that's hot.
Okay, I cannot get the runes here. So dangerous.
Heat.
Regeneration.
This Vayne, man, he's way the fuck ahead of me. Or he's just lucky.
On it.
How many runes did we get? 2 just now?
Yes. To battle.
I want Roshan too.
Do it!
Like a wildfire.
Do it!
Yes.
Hmm.
I go like the blazes. Oh yeah.
Oh, what a nice fucking dodge.
I'm under attack. That was hot.
Sorry, I don't have more detection.
Coming, guys.
Yes.
Hit me, please.
I'm going.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Ooh, that was a really good fight.
Like a wildfire. Bring in the heat.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Light him up.
Goodbye, sweet tower! You won't be missed!
Burn a path.
I'm gonna stand here to die just in case, you know, someone ganks Meepo.
Oh yeah. On it.
I'm gonna die.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice! Roshan has fallen.
From here, just scream it!
Immortality!
Quick. Heat wave.
Hey, spot him.
Time to hot
Haste!
Yes. My flame burns to battle. I go like the blazes.
Bottom seems hot.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Stuck.
Yes.
Miranda has 4 stuff now.
Quick. Oh yeah.
You might wish to retract your last move.
Time to hot-foot it. Like a wildfire. Yes.
Invisibility.
I'm going.
Can I reach? There we go.
Burn a path.
The top tower is under attack. On it. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Heat wave.
Hey, look at you.
Yo, this hill's scary, man. I don't know if I want to deal with that.
Tower is under attack.
Quick.
25-minute runes are almost up. 25-minute runes.
To battle. Time to hot-foot it.
Void's bottom.
I'm going. Warms my heart.
Shiny! Do they have any other wards, Slark? Can you guys just check the most obvious one, please?
Irons in the fire.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
You know, ulti, my Lincoln this time up. No.
Someone's gonna need detection.
The Meepo is free now, they don't have skills anymore.
Yes.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I go like a blazes.
Meepo!
Who turned up the heat? Oh yeah.
Enemy's middle tower.
Let's
just
rush
turned
it.
into a pile of
27-15 Aegis. There you go. 27-15 Aegis. Thanks, Lula. Doing the Lord's work.
Like a wildfire.
The enemy's middle barracks are just their soon. Then they're even fortified structures. Pretty good move, yes.
What the? Wow, wow.
Get sick. Start double kill.
Nice.
Double kill.
My blade hurts.
And Akaben.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Quick.
The enemy's top
Doesn't Void have
tower
Chrono?
has fallen.
I'm gonna Chrono the Slark.
And you're not 10, I don't wanna end this game without a kill.
The enemy's top barracks
Nice job, man.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
I'm diving.
Alright. I hope you don't get a kill.
Swan.
Yes.
Bullshit.
Burn a path.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Oh.
No kill for you.
Someone didn't call
Oh, the chrono. Morale booster, yeah. GG. Easy meeple carry. Alright, well. We got some of the MMR back. Hello, Owen. Ugh. You know what? Support Lena's quite satisfying to play, guys. Like her stun takes some skill to land, you know? Hello, Bricks. What can Radiant do to counter such meepo? I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, some of you guys are gonna say like these super obvious answers, like, oh, pick Earthshaker, har. 6-man Echo Slam. Like, no, it doesn't work that way in this bracket. It really doesn't. But honestly, Winter Wyvern.
Your turn to ban.
Winter Wyvern would be probably the pick. Well, the Meeple got 10th pick, so I mean, you're screwed, dude.
5 seconds left.
Let's see, we have 1 Immortal and 0 Ancients. Nice.
Yeah, who am I?
This guy plays Night Stalker, if I remember right. Thanks, Ram Danny. Oh shit.
5 seconds left. Your pick now.
7-second cooldown, 2.5 second stun.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I?
Tell me that doesn't work. Ooh, level 25 Enigma. Wait, that's the support Enigma. Alright. Well, you know, Meepo's not going to pick Meepo if you pick Sven. Wait a minute, he bought 2 sentries?
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Well, I need at least 1 sentry.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Oh, a Zeus pick. We have a PA. Divine 2 PA. Well, I mean, it's good against Zeus. Not so good against Pudge. Or Faces Void. Oh, that's the Slark from last game. Do we have any first blood potential? Ooh, PA versus Pudge? Dude, PA can't do shit versus Pudge in lane. PA can only do something against Pudge after 30 minutes of farm.
I'm going.
It's in the bag.
PA is pretty bad versus Pudge.
I go like the blazes.
It's alright.
Yes.
Not bad. Not
Be
pretty
okay,
bad.
Matt Stalker and I are gonna...
Is Matt Stalker
Yes.
like Enigma is gonna own the bot lane, so that's all you like. Just don't lose the lane. That's all you gotta do at top. Like don't lose the lane too hard.
What a cool Enigma.
Play safe at top, like don't play aggressive.
To battle.
Don't lose the
The thing
lane.
is like, and don't use courier and
Like
Don't lose the lane and don't use the...
Don't lose game.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free
no,
to
like
start
last
feeling
time
fun.
I went like OD against Zeus mid. My safe lane support. Enigma and NS is pretty strong lane, so.
Oh, I see somebody.
Quick.
Pay attention now. The
He's winning
battle
the-
starts.
To battle.
Wow. 500 IQ move.
Yeah, but now he has time walk.
Burn a path.
I'm still chasing this guy.
Yeah, sir.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Ace creation.
So we're gonna deny all these three.
Yeah, like.
Look at that spit.
Oh shit! Got him.
Like a wildfire.
I'm coming back for you. He's still chasing me. You know what? I'm gonna fucking click you once, bro.
Oh my god. Dude.
Open fire. Burn a path.
He can't TP back, I think. He has to walk.
That is such a meme.
I go like the blazes.
Oh boy. That is some funny shit.
On it.
Alright, I'm here to save the
Oh
day.
yeah. Quick.
Duty bot.
I'm going. Slash and burn. Yes.
That's a speedy Pudge.
Double damage.
Yes.
The saddest fight ever, actually. I feel embarrassed by looking at
Attack. Scorch.
Oh, I'm a.
Oh. Fight. Oh, that one. Nice.
On it. I'm going. Yes.
Yo, I'm coming, OD. I'm like behind him.
I'm gonna banish him.
Okay.
To battle.
Don't worry, I got it. I got it.
It's the humiliation. I'm never gonna ask my carry to go for a bounty again.
Oh shit, PA. Sorry, bud.
The top tower needs some help.
Can you grab these for me, man? Thanks.
Yes.
You got one pre. Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Thanks for the delivery.
Amazon delivery.
All fired up. Like a wildfire. Heat wave.
Let's get
Quick. I'm going.
There's only three.
Burn 'em up.
Oh, ruins. I'm late.
I go like the blazes.
Pudge is not late.
Oh, you got it.
Time to hot foot it. Burn a path. Yes. Oh yeah.
I think Void's gonna try to aim for me every fight too.
Yes.
That's not for the likes of me.
To battle. It's not time yet.
Time to cut my losses.
Yes.
Death at my hands is near.
Invisibility.
Oh yeah. Yes. Burn a path.
Run! Zeus is here. Ah, too late.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't call miss.
I'm going. Quick. I go like the blazes.
Can you stack?
Time to hot foot it.
What the?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, I thought the camp wasn't there for a second. Oops.
Like a wild.
Did I stack this one? No.
I go like the blazes.
Denied.
Quick. Burn a path.
Rubik TP top tier 1. Rubik top tier 1.
Bottom.
To battle. Time to
Zeus also top. Zeus top.
warmer. I'm going.
Dude, that void's 4 and this PA 6.
Yes.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Heat wave.
Are you stuck?
Death at my hands, isn't it?
Your top tower is under attack.
Wildfire.
Take me. I'm gonna take some of my stuff.
Alright.
Yes.
Your top tower needs some help. Dire's putting up a barricade.
Like a
Top
wild
missing.
The
Oh,
enemy's bottom
they're still there.
tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
blazes.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, there better be something important going on.
I can't even.
I hate Zeus game.
Is it me? Or is it getting hot in here?
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight!
Burn a path.
Oh, I fucked up.
Quick.
10-minute runes? 10-minute runes are almost up?
I'm going.
You need to back literally everybody's bottom. Everybody's bottom.
Time to hot foot it.
Try to get this.
Are you fucking serious?
Yes.
I'm dead.
This should make my life easier.
Okay.
Well, PA is getting an excellent lane, so...
It's chilly. Throw another hero on the fire. Oh yeah.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
On it.
Who can smoke? Night Stalker.
Like a wildfire. Time to hot foot it.
If your mid tower could talk,
Oh,
it'd
yeah.
be pretty mad at you.
To battle.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Zeus top again. PA, get
I'm
back,
going.
please. Oh.
Quick. Light him up.
Nice.
Listen for the wings of the night.
Burn a path.
Dominate!
Ouch.
Top tower needs some help.
Zeus gaming.
Yes.
Your top tower has fallen.
Yes.
Look at the epic game now.
That's not helping.
I go like the blazes. Heat wave.
I just saw a void over here.
Your top tower is under
going.
attack.
Yes.
Hibiko, thanks for subscribing.
Heat
Yo, this magic stick, I haven't gotten that many charges this game. It wasn't like last game, that was a gong show.
You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
Yeah.
Nothing to do until that's done. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
like a wildfire. Warms my heart.
Ooh.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Oh god.
Mega
Fuck you, Pudge.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So is there some kind of update, guys? for Dota 2.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad. Here we have your middle tower, not being there no more.
Blah 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 blah. I don't have time to read it right now.
Get out there!
Boy, flashlight!
Yes.
Alright.
He's dead. Oh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I'm there already, like. He down with a BKB, you're gonna get canceled anyway.
Time to hot foot it.
Oh, that's my blink review. Fuck.
On it.
That Zeus needs to fucking die.
Like a wildfire.
They have too much magic damage.
Yes.
I'm gonna bait up.
I go like the blazes.
Oh, it's expiring now.
Heat wave.
Your middle tower is under attack!
15-minute runes. 15-minute runes. We're almost up.
To battle.
Night Stalker, come with me mid. The Zeus is out of position right now.
Burn a pack.
He is way out of position.
Take it.
I'm going.
I was meant to have this.
On it.
We're coming. Me and OD are almost there.
Oh yeah. My blade is brighter. Quick.
Is that the real Rubik? Oh shit.
Nice, nice.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Black hole, black hole. That's our level 25 Enigma.
It's just a warm up. Heat wave. Yes.
God, I'm not really sure where to ward sometimes.
I'm going.
Uh-oh.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I go like the blazes.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Like a wildfire.
Can we trade top for mid tower?
On it.
I can jump them.
To battle.
God, I just used my clarity.
I'm loaded.
When will we see first black hole?
Time to hot foot it.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
You can D rank? Oh shit.
Probably stop that.
Heat wave.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Please don't find my ward, Mr. Zeus.
On it.
Back.
Burn a pack. Burn out.
How does Zeus get here so quickly?
With the arcane.
Oh boy.
Can make space for Tia.
Your middle tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
Yeah, PA is about to get Battle Fury.
Stoke those flames. I'm coming in.
TP bottom. After you kill.
I'm going.
The arcane, like, farm bottom. It's your safe area now.
Oh yeah. To battle. Yes. Time to hot-foot it. I go like the blazes.
I don't know about that.
Just smoke one. Go. Do yours.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
I go like the
Honestly,
blazes.
just go back top here.
20-minute bounty runs are almost up. Void's top.
Quick.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. Money to burn. Time to hot-foot it.
Is this just a single creep?
I'm going.
Double damage.
Heat wave. Like a wildfire.
Zeus is bottom now.
Yes.
What was that, man?
You literally could have taken the triangle with that easy.
Temperature rising. To battle.
It's just 2 cores.
Literally 4 of them do magic and void.
Burn a path.
He's fast. Uh-oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Woo. No.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
He chased me all the way from here to fucking over here.
They have wards here now. They have wards in our triangle.
Okay, triangle. Yeah, you know what, Snail Poop? Fuck Zeus players.
We're gonna die.
And fuck Lena players.
Dire structures are fortified.
The young firebrand returns. Like
Your bottom tower has
I'm
fallen.
going.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Void's 15, dude. Oh my god. Void's catching up. He's got a
Dire
Midas.
structures are fortified. Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Yeah, honestly, Dota players are the worst.
Bottom tower is under
You have to
attack.
let it go. Put the other.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
One Midas.
You better poof on over.
Alright, they're done with the tower down here. They're gonna start TPing.
I go like the blazes.
Oh, Zeus is still here.
To battle.
can actually go high ground right now.
Quick.
Push out top lane. Need some towers.
Heat wave.
Everyone's farming.
This is their high ground.
Radiant called in the fortification.
XD.
Like a wildfire.
Okay, SK went back. You can potentially
Yes.
try.
So mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Go, go, go. They have the spear vision over here. Can't go.
Burn a path.
When did Zeus get so powerful?
Oh yeah.
Oh, found the ward.
Get back, sir. Get back. Get back.
Wait the smoke.
Going in the wrong direction.
Pudge is by himself now.
Time to hot foot it.
I got it.
Bringing the heat.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
On it.
You need to put wards in super like weird spots that Zeus will never figure out. 25 minute runes are almost up. 25 minute runes.
I go like the blazes. Heat wave. On it.
Far from my own.
I'm going. Like a wildfire.
They're waiting for our BKB timings.
Burn a path.
Let's play around this ward. She will make some.
The top tower needs some help.
Yes.
I'm gonna go.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Dominate! Dominate!
Alright, I get the point.
Did they find this ward? Hey, PA? Zeus is looking for you. Zeus is trying to kill you, okay? Never mind. He peed in that direction, you know, so.
It's still not that bad. On their side of
This 25 is annoying, guys, but it's a lot. Alright, we get NS BKB. Now, next is our PAs.
Burn a path. On it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fire away. Mother's burn. Like a wildfire.
They found the sword? Okay.
Quick. Yes. Time to hot foot it.
I hope I don't die. Ah! Okay, they have a ward somewhere near here.
They might want to take Roshan right now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He gets knocked out.
Your middle tower is under attack. You got
They
one
found
less
this
middle
word?
tower now, by the way.
Fucking Zeus.
Back.
I'm not resting till there's nothing left
Ooh.
to burn. Oh yeah. Yes.
Enigma almost has BKB.
I'm going.
So the ward is like somewhere over here.
I go like the blazes.
We have to smoke right now, actually.
Well, we should defend our last tier 2, to be honest.
Your
If that's where they're going.
I'm dead, dude.
You'd still be alive.
Hi, Zakiria. It's too late to farm, so are you implying that we shouldn't farm anymore? Or that we can't win this game? If that's what you think. I'll tell you, man, you're wrong.
Defendable?
Get the bottom lane.
Can't put me out that easy.
top tower needs some help.
Time to hot foot it.
Like, we actually just hit a really huge timing. Night Stalker and PA both have BKB now.
You'll be fine, long as that top tower don't fall. Oh wait, it's already gone.
Is your
Divine.
I go like the blazes. I'm under attack. To battle. I'm going.
I don't know if I should get BKB.
You
Mega kill!
Sadly, not ever.
I'm not blaming you.
Like this, like why, like I was questioning like the position 5 Lena, but it's all good.
I mean,
you're
there's
doing fine. You're doing
there's
fine.
no position 5 that's gonna survive that.
Yeah. This is broken crap.
They're being really nice about this.
Radiant just murdered Roshan. Has he suffered enough?
Let's heat things up.
Get hooked. Buyback.
Yes.
Man.
Heat wave. Like a wildfire.
More damage!
Double kill!
Live, Night Stalker! Live, sir!
Oh, buddy. Almost dead.
Okay.
That was really good.
Hold. That was a hold. Cost my buyback.
On it.
I think Enigma get
Yes.
A on this instead of Lincoln.
I mean, I want both, but I don't want to hear the Rubik all the time.
So
and then they have double bubble. They have roll and
Can I have some time to deward?
Burn a path.
They had ward somewhere around here earlier.
Quick.
Yeah, see, this is where all my money goes.
Wave. I'm going. Burn a path. Time to hot-foot it.
We should wait until start the sanction up.
Oh yeah. I'm going. Regeneration. Yes. Quick. Heat wave.
He was just as scared as I was.
I'm worried for you, man.
Alright, I'm back.
I go like the blazes.
These 35-minute runes are almost up.
Smoke.
Yes.
We have it. Smoke right now.
Welcome to the secret shop.
Take higher.
To battle.
I buy back. Oh god. Back. This is a bad one.
They're just so ahead of us, man.
TBL.
Oh my! Wow! They're just like they're just like always like 1 or 2 steps ahead of us.
I agree. 100%. I buy back now.
We got glyphs still.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic.
I'm a bait, dude.
Your middle tower has flawless.
It's my BKB. Oh god.
The middle barracks are under attack.
Oh shit!
On it.
God, the scheme is hard.
Heat wave.
Clutching on this one.
Quick.
It'd be a buyback? No? Yes.
Burn them all.
We need to save buyback now.
Well, one's Aegis, guys. Hulu one's Aegis.
I'm going. Oh yeah.
This can't keep happening. We have to play around the black hole smarter. So next hole we
Burn
smoke
a
together.
Fuel for my fire.
Until then,
Like
please
a
don't die.
wildfire. To battle. More fuel for my fire.
Oh boy.
Yes. Like a wildfire.
Greetings, my friend.
I'm going. On it.
Come on, PA, carry us to victory.
Time to hot-foot it.
Oh, he's gonna get nullifier, dude. That's great.
Quick. Yes.
Somebody there?
Heat wave. Oh yeah.
Bottom shrine is under attack.
Ooh.
To battle. Yes.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone.
So Lee just put my A on this. He
Burn a
ultied
pack.
and then he used his thing. Okay guys, get ready, please.
blazes.
Fucking group.
Huh?
Go good.
Time to hot foot it.
Wait for Odin.
Go for it.
We need all five.
I'm going.
Let's go to the OG.
No, no, Zeus, no, no, Zeus, no, no.
Killing spree, double kill.
Burn a pack.
Dominate. Triple kill.
Hey, 40-minute runes. 40-minute runes.
Yes.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. I like these troublemakers.
Check roach.
Okay, checking.
Peek.
Quick.
Not up.
It's okay.
Divine.
Biggest split over here.
Yes.
Save buyback.
To battle.
Play around hole again. We do the same thing.
Hey, Night Stalker PA, if you guys want the tome, since you guys are close to 25, it's available.
I'm 25.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
If we get Abyssal on Night Stalker, I think anyone cares.
Light him up. Time to hot foot it. Burn a path. Heat wave. Quick. Like a wildfire. Yes. Yes.
Oh, do you not want this farm?
I go like the blazes.
Go together maybe? In case we find shit, like this Rubik should be a free kill.
Burn a path.
What the what?
Okay.
Hey, Roshan.
That scared the shit out of him.
Bring in the heat.
Our words over here are gonna expire soon. Just saying.
Quick.
That was weird. A random Night Stalker. Are you gonna take the
I go
dark
like the
speed or
blazes.
the cooldown? I think cooldowns.
Oh, they're checking Roche, I think.
Time to hot foot it.
It's up, so we have to win the next one.
Yes.
No, it's up.
No buyback.
Oh yeah.
Those words expire in 40 seconds.
Like a wildfire.
Here, kill me.
I'll go in front here. We can kill somebody. Oh my god.
Yes. Heat wave.
No, they're 5 manning.
Go, there's
Play in the high ground, play in the high ground.
Go bottom. Force
Quick.
rotation.
Burn a path. I go like the blazes.
Okay, like inside. Yeah.
Time to hot.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They might be smoking. Oh, DD top.
Illusion.
Fuck!
Sun has fallen.
Of course. That was so obvious. Jesus Christ.
Heat wave.
I traded Aegis for a bottom tier 2 tower. That's so shit, dude.
Yes. I'm going.
Oh, there's here.
Sir, did it not tip you off that they ultied? Man.
Oh yeah, your bottom shrine is under attack.
So that was like, what, 15 seconds ago? 40. Therefore,
Bottom shrine has
45, 40, new Chrono.
Like a wildfire.
I have no buyback.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Are you gonna cancel it?
Oh, I thought he'd BKB. Sorry. It looked like he BKB'd.
Time to hot.
Why, man?
I'm going. Double kill. My place.
Nice Astro. That could have been game losing.
Burn a path. Oh yeah.
This game's so hard, dude.
To battle. Haste.
By the way, I'm
They're back on PS, don't like.
Is that an act?
Quick.
Yeah. Yo, look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Okay, like there's Chronosphere, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
Does Zeus even have buyback?
I go like
I don't have any more detection for the record.
Can we take the last tier too? Or are we still?
Reuse.
We can still go.
Oh yeah.
Quick. I'm going.
There's no Zeus. Is that block?
I go like the blazes.
That's really deep.
Like a wildfire.
Okay, well, if we're not gonna do anything, do this.
I'm under attack.
Back. Yeah, back.
Double kill.
Back. I have buyback.
Oh yeah.
What? How is he not back yet?
Time to hot foot it.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Burn a path. Oh yeah.
Pudge is the one with cheese.
You're the one being tower. I can save you. I have Astro. 2 Astro.
Gaia's courier has been killed. It's tough out there. Courier's just trying to make a living. The middle barracks are under attack. Gaia's structures are fortified.
Burn a path.
Double kill.
And we can meet face to face.
GG, boys.
Dominate. Double kill. Your middle barracks is falling.
That's GG.
Your middle barracks is falling.
Oh my god, this guy. What items do you think he has?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
What items do you think this PA already has, smart guy?
I didn't realize that the Aegis is still there. Like, I thought it was expired.
Yeah, man, Aegis is still fucking there. You can't do that shit. Could have lost 1 rack and still been okay.
Yeah, no, it was decision making right here.
But seriously, fuck this PA. He was so bad, man. He fucked us over. This death right here was so stupid. What did you think? Who's ultied and then 5 of them fucking walking this way? What the fuck did you think?
I'm mortal after our update. Are you serious? So what's the requirement for immortal, anyways? I'm already showing as immortal. Oh, nice. That didn't feel so epic, though. Easy road to immortal. It's so anticlimactic. Well, there you go. So I'm immortal.
And his name is John C.
Time to change the title. Thanks for the congrats, guys. Yay! Thank you, Valve. Okay. Asked you what items you thought PA had when you told him to buy Basher BKB. Give me the $100 first. Thank you. Oh man, I don't know. Somehow, like it doesn't feel. It felt really cool that you had to hit like almost 6K to hit Immortal, right? Because like you can't get Immortal until you hit 5.9, which is basically 6K anyways. But hey, I mean, if I'm Immortal, I'm Immortal. We lost 3 ranked games and 1-1. Wah wah. Okay, I actually gotta go, guys. But I'll talk to you guys for a little bit, okay? Why do you keep dodging my question? I'm not even gonna reply to you until you answer my question. Don't you play like a fun game of Turbo once in a while? No, I don't really think Turbo's fun. It's too fast for me. Yeah, no, we try to keep it enjoyable here, you know. I don't want to get too angry playing Dota. You play to have fun, right? Where can you donate? You can donate at what items did you think PA had when you told him to buy Basher BKB? Thanks, Faisal. Read the matchmaking update. Excellent question, Wayne. All right, let's have a look at this. So a lot of high-end players have very low quality matchmaking. Okay. So due to the unusual high frequency of matchmaking abuses found in party games and high-level matches, we're adding a new rule to party matchmaking for divine and immortal ranks to help reduce some of the negative behaviors that have become common at these ranks. To help make solo queuing more viable. Let me try to give you guys a TLDR. For any party that includes a divine or immortal player, every party in that player will be considered the same rank as the highest player in that party. Ooh, that is... Yeah, that's it's hard to party now. Unless everyone's rank is very similar. Okay. So you basically can't put like a really low ranked player with a really high ranked player and have it be even. So 5-player parties are only matched against other 5-player parties. Great. Great. Oh, this is what I'm interested in knowing. Numerous bugs in Matchmaker's evaluation that caused it to incorrectly rank various considerations. So apparently there were bugs before. So they're tuning role symmetry to perform better. There are a few cases at certain brackets where I did not do a good job at all. Putting a bigger emphasis on having supports not be the highest MMR. Thank you! In most of my games, I'm actually the highest MMR. Jesus. Some metal rework. Back to 5 stars. 7 stars didn't add enough upside compared to the visual noise and confusion. Yeah, it was there's so many stars. Yeah, most players' medals will be adjusted upwards to be more in tune with what the medals meant at the end of last season. No actual change to anyone's MMR. Okay. High water mark. So if you're ever more than 1 star away from your actual current rank, your medal will be adjusted to reflect that. Okay. Post-game match evaluation. Wow, there's so many changes. So they changed the post-game screen. The post-game screen will now show the average and max queue times for players in the match to help you determine if we formed a bad match too quickly or not. A summarized behavior category of the match will also be displayed to help players understand if the reason for the lack of a better match was a shallower pool as a result of poor behavior or if it was because of the matchmaker doing a bad job. Okay, so I mean, it just tells you some things that it's like, hey, did we do a good job? Yes, we did. No, we did. Okay. Post-game survey. We've added a new post-game survey that is similar to the ones we had a long time ago. So you can rate the experience you had on your match. So they're trying to figure out an algorithm as to what makes matches enjoyable. The survey is not enabled yet. It will be in a few days, apparently, though. Communication of low behavior score. Oh, yes, please. Let me know. Our last update included a wave ban on users that were at the very extreme edge of the player population in terms of toxicity and negative behavior. So now players that have a behavior score below 3,000 are no longer able to use chat or voice until their scores rises above that threshold. Nice. We set the threshold at 3,000 due to the low probability that anyone would be that low without having a consistently negative impact on the experiences of many different teammates. Okay. Party spread. As we mentioned, extremely large MMR spreads within a party makes it hard for the matchmaker to find compatible opponents. Oh, so it used to be that the MMR spread in a party was 2,800. I actually didn't know that. I actually always thought it was 2,000, but then I think I queued the party game of Johnny, and he was more than 2,000, and we were still able to queue. So I think some of us made the assumption that it was 2,500, but it was actually 2,800. But now it's back to 2,000, which is my original understanding, anyways. This only applies to ranked matchmaking, of course. Core matchmaking code. I just read this paragraph and I just got a whole lot of nothing. There's something buggy, something. We're gonna try to fix it, something. Okay. I wonder if any of my Smurf accounts got banned. Alright, I think that was basically it, guys. Let me read some more of these comments before I go. See you later, Owen. Yeah, I know, right? Snail Poop, it felt bad that I sometimes had an Ancient 2 safe lane carry, or mid, and I was Divine 6 support. Glad you like the games, the Raj. Looking for people to report bad matchmaking? Oh, well, they got tons of those. Yeah, the fuck? You think anyone is trying to hear? We're not trying to entertain you, okay? You don't like patch notes? Okay, don't read books either. There will be account buyers? Yeah, I'm sure there will be. Nah, this is too stupid, I think. Documentation for software developers. I guess I'll have to get back to 3.7 before we can ranked party again. Yeah, I guess you do. Let's play the game. Hi, Pixie. Yeah, I gotta get out of here, guys. Thank you, everyone, for watching this stream. Hope you guys had a good time today. I will be back tomorrow around the same time, so it should be around 8 a.m. Pacific time. So see you guys then, okay? Have a great day or great night.